furnace, and this is creating a warping on the surface of the glass, which gives the glass an illusion, almost like an optical illusion. And I'll be able to better point that out once we get a view of that right bench. Could I have a view of the right bench, please? All right, and since we showed off one of our visiting artist works earlier, Kathrine Gray, so you may remember, I also want to show off Nancy Callan's artwork. So could I have that up on the screen as well, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of our second visiting artist artwork. Once again, Nancy Callan. And you can really see where all of the texture and design is coming into play for the blown portion of our pieces today. We are making goblets and sculpting. And once again, over on this left bench, Gabe is creating these little cups of that patterned color. And each time one of these cups is created, I want to point out that it's being put inside of the garage, this large silver box once again, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is actually relatively cold for glass. And all of our goblet parts are going into the garage. Then later on, we'll be able to pull those pieces out one by one and start assembling them all together to create our goblets. So each time when they are making one of these blown parts of our goblet, once again, the bowl up at the top or the foot down at the bottom, we are actually picking them up from inside of the garage. So what Gabe is working on over on the left bench is these little cups of glass that we're using to create those blown portions at the center bench. So it's kind of this continuous cycle going on. And we have everyone working at every bench, just trying to get as much of this prep work done as possible to create our goblets. So once again, up on the screen, we have a view of that left bench. It looks like they've just finished off their last little cup there. This is knocked off and placed into the garage to stay warm. So once again, over on that right bench, we have another one of our visiting artists, Nancy Callan, and she is working on our next long bubble that is going to turn into the pattern that we've been creating today, which once again is the net pattern. And to do this, we have to create stripes going in opposite directions across the bubble. We already have our stripes going from the end of the pipe to the far end of our bubble. And next we need to create the stripes going in the opposite direction to get that net pattern. And just in case there are a few new faces in the crowd, I do want to give just a little general overview as to what we have going on again real quick. So once again, we have two visiting artists on our hot shop floor today. We have Nancy Callan, who is currently up in the front checking out this mechanism here. And then we have Kathrine Gray at the center bench working, or she was just a moment ago. And today we are working on goblets as it is the third day of our goblet week. At the center bench, we've been working on making the bowls for these goblets so far, which is the drinking portion of our goblet. And up in the front here, you just saw them create a roller wrap using this mechanism. This just wraps a glass evenly around the bubble, all the way down the bubble to create those perfectly evenly spaced stripes of color. And this is how we're getting that net pattern across the surface of our glass once again. And it looks like at the center bench, we're actually seeing our first blown foot of the day. So they bring over this fresh, hot bubble of glass, and this is placed onto the end of our pipe before being cut off. And after cutting this off, we do have a sealed bubble on the end of our pipe here. So we do need to open it up again to be able to flare it out into that foot shape. And to open this up, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and creating a divot in the glass. And when they break this end piece off, this is going to leave them with an opening into the larger section of the bubble that remains. So you can see there, they broke that end piece off, leaving them with a small bubble. And now that they have an opening, they'll be able to heat this up one more time before flaring it out. So at the center bench, we have successfully opened this foot up. And we've attached a punty to the bottom of the foot. The punty is basically just a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end that we use to break a piece off from its original pipe. And now that we've done so, we have access to the top side of our foot, and we can start to create the stem. We can assemble our goblet together. And I'll point out, I don't think we have our stem yet. I haven't seen them sculpting any stems so far today, so I think that they're going to just build this straight off of the foot and out. So a fresh bit of clear has just been gathered from the furnace. And I believe this is going to be rolled into this black box here that we have on the floor. And this actually is holding some silver leaf for us. Inside of this black box, there is a suction that's pulling down. So we place the foil on the surface of that suction to prevent the foil from flying away. And we have just picked that silver foil up, as you could see. And once again, this is going to be used for the stem of our goblet. And on top of having that silver foil on the surface of the glass, this has also been stuffed into a mold on the floor. So you'll notice we suddenly have ridges across the surface of the glass. And this is specifically an optic mold. The mold just has these ridges on the inside of it that leaves that exact same imprint on the glass. And now after heating this up, this is dropped down onto our foot. And once again, it looks like we are going to hand sculpt this right on top of the foot to be able to create our stem. And we've actually just brought a tray over. Inside of this tray, we have little pieces of glass called marini. And for those who don't know what that is, it's basically when we take a piece of cane that has multiple layers of color to it, and then we chop it up into these little disc-like sections, and that will reveal the image or the design inside, which this one just has a white circle inside of an orange circle. Pretty simple. And this one at the center bench, it actually has a black circle inside of a kind of a mustard yellow circle. And this is going to create the eyes for our sculpture. So this is being sculpted into a dolphin, I believe they told me. And this is just the basic form of it so far. They will continue to bring over fresh bits of glass to add on more details and more sculptural elements to the piece itself. So our next bit of glass has just been brought over. And once again, all of these are going to come together to create one sculpture that will be the stem of our piece. And I want to point out we do have some examples of goblets on this front pedestal. This exact little set here of 4 items is actually something that's going to be raffled. The raffle tickets are $20. They're going to be raffled on Saturday, I believe. Hand-blown wine bottle that was made in the hot shop, signed by all of our visiting artists. And then a bottle of wine, of course, going along with 2 goblets. And it looks like at the center bench, we are now assembling our first goblet completely. So we brought over a fresh bit of clear glass, and this is attached right to the top of our stem. And then we very quickly attach our bowl, the drinking portion of our goblet. And that is everything all assembled together. So it's not quite done yet. We just have to make sure everything is straightened out and ready to go before we break it off. So it looks like there could have possibly been an error in the bowl portion of our goblet, so they're just breaking it off here. Maybe there was a small crack. But luckily, since we have been preparing all day to make these goblets, we do have many of these little cups or bowls set aside. So we'll just get ready to pull one back out and attach it to the top of this stem. Yes, so for anyone who didn't see it earlier, when we were making these cups or the bowl portion of the goblet, we've set them aside in the garage, this large silver box right here, to keep them at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that they don't crack or break while we wait to use them. And now that we're ready to use them, all we have to do is pull them out, heat them up, and then attach them to whatever we're creating. So this building that we're inside of is actually based off of these old wood burners that used to be along this waterway here. And so it's just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be and what used to be used for, which was logging. And we just built this. Yeah, exactly. And it is tilted on its side, as you'll notice. This just gives us some more floor space. We have a fan at the top to pull hot air out. So there are a couple of functional parts to this building, but it is mostly flashy and architectural. And it looks like we have once again assembled our cup or bowl to the top of our goblet here. And once again, I just want to reinstate, goblets are the most technically challenging thing to make out of glass, since there are so many different small components coming together. They have to make sure they're not getting anything too hot. As you can see, when they heat it up, it's moving around quite a bit. They could lose control. We have to make sure it doesn't get too cold. As you saw with our previous bowl, we had a crack. And that probably happened from something getting too cold or something being hit, maybe when it fell off of the punty, that little pipe it was attached to. And to break this piece off, this is being knocked off onto a paddle. Then it'll be picked up with a heated fork, which you saw Gabe just bring over. Sometimes the piece doesn't want to come off very easily. We have to make sure we're still keeping the glass warm, so we go back into the furnace briefly before trying again. And to fully break a piece off, if it's being stubborn, sometimes they'll apply a little bit of water to the breaking point, and this will cause purposeful shocking and cracking in that area of the glass. And then we'll try another tap. It's still holding on pretty stubbornly, so we're just going to repeat that process until it does break off. And it looks like the stem of this goblet broke, but we can actually save the individual components to this goblet. So this is being carried over, and it's going to rest inside of the garage, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit once again. So we will be able to pull that back out and try to reuse it again later on. So welcome to the few new faces I see in the crowd. Today we have two visiting artists with us. We have Kathrine Gray and Nancy Callan. Kathrine Gray at the center bench currently, and Nancy Callan over on the right bench, the bright yellow shoes. And they are collaborating together to create goblets today, since this is the third day of Goblet Week. So we're kind of combining Kathrine's sculpting abilities in the stem, and we are combining Nancy Callan's pattern and texture creations inside of the blown portions of our pieces, which you guys should see pretty soon here. We were just finishing off a goblet before you guys came in, and it did sadly break in the stem, but we were able to salvage all of the parts of that goblet, so we should be able to continue to use those parts. So the pipe and a lot of our other tools and equipment and machinery, all of that are usually made out of steel, stainless steel. And apparently steel is actually a pretty poor conductor of heat, and so the heat doesn't travel very far down the pipe, especially when we're working with small amounts of glass such as this. If we were working with larger amounts of glass, it's definitely something we would have to worry about more though. So at the center bench, it looks like we're getting started on a brand new piece. So we've just pulled out a little starter cup. This has been attached to the end of a hollow pipe, and they are going to work on closing off the end of this cup to create just a single bubble of glass. So you can see the end is open, this small opening here. And we'll be able to turn this into, I believe, the bowl of a goblet, the drinking portion at the top here. And I do have a couple of goblets physically on display here. I just wanted to point out, that's what I usually reference to when I'm pointing at things randomly. But could I have the anatomy of a goblet diagram, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I wanted to point this diagram out since it might be kind of hard to see those small goblets on the front pedestal. Right now we're just creating the bowl, and the avolio will be attached right to the bottom. This is just the connecting point between the bowl and the stem. And so we've just finished off the lower half of this bubble here. So we've brought over our first bit of clear. And once again, this is creating the avolio, which I briefly pointed out earlier is the connection point between the bowl and the stem of our goblet. And a good thing we have this close-up shot. I don't have to try and explain the shape of the avolio to you. You'll just see it for yourselves. And we will be moving on to the stem after this, I believe, if not blowing a foot first. So with the first goblet we created today, we actually did create the bowl first, and then we created the foot of the goblet, and then we worked on the stem right on top of the foot, actually. We didn't even work on them individually. We just built it right off of the foot. And then we brought over the bowl and attached it to the top. So we'll most likely see that same series of events. And just a reminder, if you didn't already know, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over. And it looks like we finished off the avolio, so we next attach a punty to the bottom of the avolio. And this allows us to break the piece off of its original pipe, giving us access to the other side of the piece. So yes, that was an intentional break, just in case you're wondering. And after trimming off that bit of excess glass, we should be able to start opening this up normally and start flaring the walls out as far as they want to open this cup up. And as you'll notice with the last goblet that we were making, it had a white pattern across the surface. This time we actually have a black pattern across the surface. And so we will have a couple of different, I would say themes, but they are around the same themes, just different colors for our goblets. And just briefly here, we use the Sophietta, that cone-shaped tool. The cone will block off the opening to a piece, allowing us to blow a little bit more air in and kind of reinflate that shoulder. And this will make it easier and smoother to open this glass up. It thins the walls out a little bit more. And it looks like we've just finished that little bowl portion of our goblet off. So this is knocked off and then carried over to the garage, which is, once again, this large silver box. This will keep it warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, preventing thermal shock as we prepare the rest of the goblet. And you can see they're very carefully carrying it over. And this is just because the glass is tall. They didn't want it to tip over or get rocked around. And over on this right bench, they are starting another bowl portion of the goblet. And you can see a good view of that right bench up on the screen. They're getting ready to create the avolio, which once again is the connection point at the bottom of the bowl, right before our stem. So they bring over that bit of clear. And sometimes they will do the avolio in 2 parts. Sometimes they will do it in 1 part. I believe that this one is going to be a 1-part avolio. So today specifically is the 3rd day of Goblet Week, as you may already know. And for Goblet Week, we've had different visiting artists coming in every day. Today we actually have 2 visiting artists. We have Kathrine Gray over at the center bench here, and then we have Nancy Callan over on the right bench. And together they're creating goblets that are kind of a collaboration, combining their different strong suits when it comes to glass blowing. And so Nancy over on the right has basically created the pattern for these bubbles. that you see across the surface of the glass. And then at the center bench, our other artist, Kathrine, she is sculpting the stem for the goblet, which is a complicated sculpture. And she's usually the one who makes the goblets themselves, blowing them and opening them up. But once again, we have combined the efforts of both of our visiting artists to create these goblets. We also have many assistants in the hot shop as well. And this is a mix of people, some friends that are visiting, as well as our Museum of Glass hot shop team. And at the center bench, it looks like we are getting ready to create the foot of our goblet. So they create a little disc on the end of their pipe, and they'll drop a bubble onto this little disc that they just created. And this is going to create a blown foot specifically. And so they've just heated that bubble up, and they're now dropping it onto the bottom of that disc at the center bench. Once again, creating our blown foot. And they go ahead and cut that bubble off. So we do have a completely sealed bubble on the end of our pipe. Our next step is going to be opening this up so that we can actually flare it out into that plate-like shaped foot. And after opening this bubble up, we are able to start to flare this open using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And I believe the theme for this goblet here is going to be a black color across the goblet. And we will have a silver leaf in the stem to give the stem some color as well. And we actually created these patterns really early on in the day. And we've been working on them for quite a while today in general, since these patterns are pretty complicated. And the pattern is supposed to be like a net, so it does have this crisscross lines kind of overlapping each other, and it's been warped to give it a more natural appearance. And a small bit of clear has been brought over to the top of our foot. And this is just forming a platform from which they're going to start building the stem of this goblet. And to create the stem, we're just going to take some solid clear glass from one of our glass furnaces in the back here. And this fresh glass is going to be rolled into some silver leaf that's being stored inside of this black box here. And I always like to point out it's being stored in here specifically because there's actually a vacuum or a suction that's pulling the foil or leaf down so that it doesn't fly away, as it is pretty light. Yeah, so our furnaces are all clear. To get color, we usually will use something called color bar, which is like this piece of glass in my hand here. And we'll melt this down, and we've today kind of taken small sections of it and wrapped it around the glass to get stripes. And that was only one of the directions of the stripes. The other stripes were achieved through something called cane, which are sticks of colored glass. And so we used both of these two items to get the crisscross design or colors. And as for the color itself, if you're curious, it's different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. And so just an example, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of cobalt blue, literally mixing cobalt into glass to get that rich blue color. And we've just brought over that hot bit of glass that has the silver leaf on it once again. And this has been dropped directly on top of that foot. And this is just going to be hand sculpted very quickly at the center bench into a dolphin. And now that we have the basic shape of our dolphin, we're going to start bringing over bits of fresh glass and continuing to add even more detail to this dolphin, such as the fins and some facial features. And I also forgot to mention, but they brought over these little pieces of glass called marini, which were giving us the eyes for the dolphin. And you can't see it right now, but the center of the marini, the eyes, once again, is black, and then the surrounding color is this sort of mustard yellow. And that cup has been finished over on the right bench, so this is knocked off the end of the pipe. And this is what's going to be attached to the top of our stem over at the center bench, I believe. But for now, until we're ready with the stem, we will set this aside in the garage where it will stay nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you were wondering, the foot and the bowl of the goblet, the drinking portion, have the same design of that sort of net pattern. So it's all of these crisscrossing lines that they've continued to alter to give it a more natural appearance. So it almost looks a little bit like an optic illusion or like a net because it's not exactly straight lines. It's kind of hard to describe, but luckily we do have this close-up camera angle, so later on when they attach the bowl of the goblet, you'll be able to see the pattern much easier. And once again, to finish this goblet off, a small bit of clear is attached to the top of the stem, and that bowl is quickly brought over and attached right on top of that clear. And so now we have all of our components of the goblet assembled together. We do have one complete goblet. From here, they just have to make sure everything is straightened and evened out before they're ready to put this goblet away. And now you guys can see a pretty good view of that pattern up on the screen as well, that sort of net pattern. And they are ready to break this piece off of the pipe. Sometimes it's as simple as knocking it off with a wooden paddle. Sometimes they need to apply a little bit of water to actually break the piece off. And whenever they're heating this piece up, this is just to make sure that the temperature doesn't drop too low, which could cause thermal shock. And it looks like that was a successful break. So that was actually our first goblet of the day that we've successfully put away. It's inside of the annealer, this large black box, where it will slowly cool down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see this piece until tomorrow once it's cooled down, but it is safe in there. And does anyone have any questions so far? All right. And it looks like Nancy's going to get started right away again over on the right bench. So I asked the artists personally earlier how long they've been working with glass. So Nancy at the center bench said that she's been working with glass for about 29 years. And then Kathrine Gray said about 25 years. So the center bench, they've just placed these really small pieces of glass onto a tray. And these are going to be preheated inside of the garage, that large silver box once again. And these are going to be the eyes for our sculptures today. So whenever we want to use even small pieces of glass in our artwork, usually we'll heat them up a little bit before using them, because if we heat up glass too quickly or cool it down too quickly, it can crack and break from thermal shock. And yes, of course, if it's cold, then sometimes it won't want to stick to hot glass. So there are multiple reasons for heating that small piece of glass up. So over on this right bench, you can see that we have a patterned bubble that's been picked up on the end of this pipe now. And this one, just like our previous one, has lines going in both directions, although you can see that this bubble definitely has some heavier warping to it than our last piece. So today we actually have a furnace on at every bench, just so that we can work at every single bench at the same time, which you saw earlier in the day when we were working on all of our different components. They are all pretty much the same temperature, but they could all range anywhere between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on how quickly we want to reheat our glass. And if I didn't mention already, we are going to be getting started on another full entire goblet. And this is actually going to be a dragon goblet this time, apparently. And once again, the sculpting is going to be done by one of our visiting artists, Kathrine at the center bench here. And they are starting on the blown portion of the goblets over on the right bench there. Nancy Callan sitting down and working on that glass. So these little boards that are laid out on the large metal table, this is actually pieces of kiln shelf, and we're just using them as almost an insulated material to continue to bend and work this glass on. We don't want to touch the hot glass to cold metal, so we're not just using the table itself. So just to mention, we already have the bowl portion of this goblet created, the drinking portion of the goblet, and right now we are working on the stem for the goblet. And it looks like they've finished this half of the stem that's furthest away from the pipe. So next they've attached the punty, which is a secondary pipe that allows us to break the piece off of its original pipe. And now that we've broken this off, we have access to the other side of the piece, and we can start finishing off the sculpture on the other side. And they've just separated these two end pieces that you see here. And this is where they're going to attach the head of the piece. I think that this might be a two-headed dragon, I heard from someone. And I may have briefly missed this earlier, but when we very first started this sculpture, we gathered a layer of clear on the end of our pipe, and then this was actually rolled into a silver leaf that was inside of this black box here on the floor, the smaller one. And so that is the only color that we'll see in our stem, but it is on the surface of the glass, that silver foil. So up on the screen, we now have a good close-up view of the sculpture that they're working on. And this is starting to slowly turn into a two-headed dragon once again. We've already attached the eyes to the glass, which is coming in the form of Marini. Marini is basically just a stick of glass with a little pattern or design inside that will cut open to reveal that pattern, usually cutting it into discs. And so with this one, we have a black in the center and then a kind of mustard yellow around the outside of it. And this is creating the appearance of an eye. And we aren't working with very much color other than those eyes right now, so I will point out that these eyes are, they're appearing to be a different color right now. They look kind of red. And that's just because the glass itself is hot. But when this glass cools back down, you'll be able to see the true color of the eyes. And they've just now started to bring over bits of glass. These ones also appearing to have that foil inside of them for color as well. And these are turning into the wings of the dragons. Yeah, this is a little bit hard to describe, but they've just brought over a bit of glass. And to get a texture in this glass, as soon as it's freshly placed down onto the side of the dragon, they start to pinch it with a pair of tweezers to get that sort of ribbed texture to it. And this is something that you'll see with a lot of Venetian glassware, such as small handles or similar textures to this, honestly. And next, bits of glass are brought over to create the mouths of the dragons, I believe. And it looks like they have finished this dragon sculpture. This is knocked off onto a heated tray. And this will be placed in the garage where we actually have the top portion of our goblet, the bowl, the drinking portion. This will rest until we have the foot of the goblet ready, and then we'll be able to pull that dragon back out, attach it to the top of the foot, and then take the bowl out, attach that to the top of the dragon, have one complete goblet. So you guys will get to see that completion pretty soon here. And for those who just joined in, I was just kind of explaining what the next steps of creating this goblet are going to be. As a lot of you may already know, it is Goblet Week today. Today's the third day of Goblet Week. And we actually have two visiting artists in the hot shop with us today for Goblet Week. We have Kathrine Gray, which is the woman in the white pants up in the front here. And then we also have Nancy Callan, who has the bright yellow shoes. Just trying to point out some very noticeable features. And we are creating goblets all day today. They have a variety of different colors and textures and designs inside of the stem. We're going with gold leaf and silver leaf for the color inside of the stem. And then for the blown portions themselves, the bowl and the foot of the goblet, these are created using a special design that Nancy created earlier today. And this is specifically a net design. That's the best way to describe it. It's got all of these crisscross lines, but it has a little bit more of an organic texture to it because she has continued to alter those lines later on. And when we work with those blown pieces of glass later on, you'll be able to see exactly that texture that I'm talking about. So over on that right bench, you can see up on the screen what we're working on. And I believe this will be the foot portion of our goblet, since we do already have the drinking portion and the stem made. And once again, this has the same pattern that the bowl of our goblet has. So when we start blowing this out, you'll be able to see that pattern a lot better and get an idea for the final result of this piece. And could I actually have the anatomy of a goblet diagram real quick, please? Thank you. So for anyone that's recently joined, up on the screen I have a diagram of the goblets that I've been talking about. And of course we do have a different stem today. We have a hand sculpted stem, kind of some classic characters. This is just a very basic goblet up on the screen. But once again, right now we are getting started on the foot. So at the center bench here, we have created a small blown bubble of that design that we've been working with all day today. And we've just attached a second pipe to the very bottom of it. And this is going to allow us to break this bubble off from its original pipe, giving us access to the other side of the bubble as well as an opening into it. So from here, we'll be able to go in and start to flare this bubble open into a plate-like shape, creating our foot. So once again, after heating up this opening, you can see that they're starting to flare this out using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And now that this has started to open up, you can really see the pattern on this glass. And this is pretty much the same pattern that we're going to have for the top of our goblet as well, that bowl that we drink out of. And once they're satisfied with how far this foot has been flared out, they'll go ahead and prepare a punty, which is basically just a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And they will attach this to the center of the bottom of our foot, allowing us to break the foot away from the pipe that it's attached to currently. And this is, of course, going to give us access to the other side of the piece, in this case, the top of the foot, where we want to attach our stem. And I know a few of you joined after this, but we actually created the stem just before the foot, and we already have the bowl of the goblet created as well, and so we are ready to start assembling the entire goblet once we get access to the top of our foot. So that punty, once again, is attached right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And we go ahead and break that foot away from its original pipe. And next, this bit of clear that's attached to the very top of the foot. This is going to act as a glue as they bring that stem over and attach it right on top of that hot bit of clear. And right when they attach all of these pieces together, you can see that everything is moving around quite a bit. Once again, this is because that area of the glass is hot. And this is why goblets are so tricky, to make sure everything is just cool enough that it's not moving around too much and not too cold so it doesn't crack and break from thermal shock. So it looks like they are going to reattach this head using 2 torches to heat up those connection points. So it sounds like with this piece, they will either remake the head straight off of the sculpture itself, or they will turn that empty spot into a tail for the dragon. So once again, a bit of clear is brought over. And this is able to be sculpted into a tail, it looks like this time. And this next part will be pretty quick. They are getting ready to attach the last portion of our goblet, the bowl. So once again, a hot bit of clear is brought over and placed right on the top of our sculpture. And next, our bowl is brought over. And after breaking this little pipe away, we now have our entire goblet assembled. From here, they just have to make sure that everything is straightened and evened out before getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. And now you can see the texture and color of the bowl for our goblet. You can see it matches the foot. So for those who just joined, we are just finishing off this goblet at the center bench. Can get a quick look at it before it's put away. And sometimes to straighten a glass out, they will sandwich it between two wooden paddles, one on the top, one on the bottom, just to make sure that when this goblet is actually done, it will sit evenly on a flat surface such as a table. And it looks like they are finished with this goblet. To break it off, usually they will try to tap it straight off the pipe, but sometimes it'll take a little bit more work. They usually will apply a little bit of water to the connecting point, which will cause some purposeful cracking and breaking in that connection. And then they will tap again. So once again, they apply some water to the end of our punty and then tap it off. And that was a success. So that was our second successful goblet of the day. So this is going into the annealer, the large black box over on the right wall, which will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see that piece until tomorrow. And does anyone have any final questions before we go on our lunch break? All right. Then we will see you guys in about an hour. Some people may come back and work in the hot shop, but I'm not sure if narration will be back until an hour from now. Feel free to just check up on the screen. We'll have a time posted when we'll come back, and we'll see you later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. We have a few special guests with us this. Hi. We have a few special guests with us today, Kathrine Gray and Nancy Callan. They are making goblets. This is Goblet Week this week. And what's really special about that is that over the duration of the week, we've had different artists come in and create with us here in the Hot Shop. The Goblet event is this Saturday. Unfortunately, the tickets are sold out, but there is a wait list, and we have a raffle going for everyone. So if you have any interest, you're welcome to enter the $20 raffle for the custom wine bottle, a bottle of wine, and then 2 goblets. The official items are right there in the in the entryway in the vitrine. So, for those of you who may not be very familiar with the process, I'll give you an overview of what it is that we're working in and out of the ovens, the furnaces, and then we'll get caught up on what exactly Kathrine and Nancy are doing. Okay? So, everything that we do here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank there with a silver bottom and the black door. Dipping into the furnace is similar to dipping into a jar of honey. The furnace stays on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass inside of the furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And dipping into the furnace is kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. And hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. So as they rotate the glass, as you can see, it is silver, but we add color at different points in the process. And then from there, we'll work. Oh, the furnace is also rest at about 2,100 degrees. And then from there, we'll work in and out of the glory holes, which are the reheating chambers here in front of the bench. Those are also powered by natural gas and forced air. They're about 2,300 degrees, and we use that for reheating the glass. Once again, our guest artists are Kathrine Gray and Nancy Callan, and we are currently making goblets. I'll give you guys some better visuals in a moment on the big screen when we have the chance to. And if you have any questions, like I said, my name's Emily. Feel free to ask. So as we dip into the furnace, all the glass is clear. She blew into the end of that pipe, which carved out a hollow space. And then from there, she'll sculpt it in any way she wants. What she's doing when she dips into this box is she's picking up gold. There's gold leaf laying in here. Oh, this is actually silver. I thought it was gold. There are many different ways that a goblet can be created and then attached. Sometimes you can create them all on one blowpipe, or you can piece the parts together. So right now, Catherine's working on the stem, and Nancy is working on the top, the cup portion. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. Welcome to Goblet Week at Museum of Glass. As we add bits of glass, this will allow us to continue the motion of whatever we would like to sculpt. We just slowly can add to it as we begin to create this centerpiece. We've attached the foot. The foot is put on hollow, so it'll be a lighter finish. We don't want to do a solid foot and sculpt it out just for weight purposes. And so as we remove ourselves, we'll go back into the reheating oven, get it hot enough to spin it out. And so you'll see it come together right before you. You just have to watch or else you'll miss it. So as we build the tops, the cup portion, we have to place them into the oven. So Kristen brought it over to the garage. The garage is hot enough to keep the glass from cracking, but cool enough to where it won't continue to melt. The garage exists from about 800 to 1100 degrees. We just place it right in the middle. You want to make multiple tops. Then when you build the bottoms, that's a little bit more seamless in the production aspect of just getting them put together. And so that's why we carried it over here to the garage. That's where we park pieces to be reworked into the process. In order to work on the opposite side, we have to attach a punty rod. So puntil means to bridge in the Italian language. It's just a transfer pipe. And so the to bridge meaning that we're going to connect the beginning and the end of the process. And so now we're going to start to work on the end of the process. We've attached ourselves to a solid rod. We'll clean up the portion that was attached to the hollow rod, and then we're going to bring a cup and place it on top. For those that just joined us, we have Kathrine Gray for Goblet Week this week, and her special guest, Nancy Callan, phenomenal glass artist within the glass community. Can we please see some of Kathrine's past works? We'll add just a little bit of glass to be able to glue on the cup. And we'll tap it off of the pipe in just a moment. Give it another little flash, and then we'll place it into the box. A little bit of water. Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. We have to place the goblets into the oven where they have to rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. As we gather the glass, it's kind of similar to how an onion is shaped. So there's a lot of layers, and when those inner layers cool and those outer layers cool, when they combine, we don't want them to stress and crack. So they have to be brought down at an even temperature over a steady period of time. So as we continue to take glass out of the furnace, we have to somehow replace all of this glass. So just for you guys to learn a little bit more about where the glass comes from and about the literal material, can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as we get started, I'll just give you guys that just joined a basic overview of what it is that you're looking at and where we're getting the glass from. So as we dip into the furnace here, the furnace is a large ceramic tank. It's full of 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And so it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's about 2,100 degrees inside of the furnace. So it's really hot, super hot, and hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. So as we dip into that furnace and rotate the hollow pipes, we'll gather up enough glass to be able to blow into the end of that pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And then from there, Kathrine is specifically laying on silver leaves inside of this box here. So when she dips into this box, she's rolling up silver leaf that is being suctioned to a tabletop so it doesn't blow away because it's very delicate. And then from there, we have to keep the glass above 1,000 degrees while it's being worked. So in order for it to remain malleable and to prevent any sort of stress, We have to work in and out of the glory hole, which is our reheating chambers. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it's about 2,300 degrees inside of that glory hole. So it's, once again, very, very hot. Our special guest is Kathrine Gray. Kathrine Gray is a very phenomenal glass artist. She has had shows all over the world from New York, Los Angeles, Denmark. And her special guest is Nancy Callan. Once again, a really awesome, phenomenal artist that will also have a show here coming up pretty soon of her own. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. It is Goblet Week. Unfortunately, the Saturday event is all sold out, so look forward to joining next year because all the goblets that are made this week will be on sale on Saturday, and all of the artists from this week have signed a custom wine bottle, and there's also a glass of wine and 2 goblets that are up for raffle. So if you're interested in purchasing a raffle ticket to potentially win these items, you are more than welcome to purchase a raffle ticket at the visitor service desk to be able to be eligible to win. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. I'd be happy to answer your questions. Thanks for hanging out with us in the hot shop. In the middle bench here, Kathrine is working on the stem portion of the goblet. Can we see the goblet diagram or illustration? So we'll make the bowl on the far right side with Nancy, and then we'll work on the volio, the optic ball of our own desired design. Everybody does it differently. And then we'll add another volio or a disc, a stem, and a foot. We're gonna piece this all together. Thank you. To add design, we laid the clear glass onto the rolling ball there, and then we quickly spun a stringer around. So that'll give us a lines, well, just patterned around the glass. We'll come back in with the blown foot. The hollow foot is designed for a light base instead of a solid foot. She'll slowly open up this blown foot in a moment. She'll get it nice and hot and then slowly open it up. They will not conduct energy. Like they won't conduct it too far back. If they do, they just go to the pipe cooler and cool it down. Hot enough to where it's not uncomfortable to touch, or you just kind of like fastly roll your hand So we've added a transfer pipe so we can work on the other part, the top part of the goblet. And so that's what we just did by adding another pipe and knocking ourselves off from the initial blowpipe. So we'll bring over another little bit, take the cup from the garage and place it back on to the top. And that's how goblets are assembled. Kathrine Gray is a really phenomenal glass artist in the glass world. I don't know if you guys notice her, but she's also the host of Blown Away, the Netflix series on Netflix. If you haven't watched this series yet, you should tune in and just yeah, so some of you do notice her. You should tune in and watch it. There's all different types of artists from the Pacific Northwest that are on the show also. For those that have just joined us, can we please see some of Kathrine's past works again? So we have to place all of the goblets into the oven where they will cool down overnight so we can prevent any stress fractures. If you guys have any questions, my name's Emily. Kathrine Gray is with us for Goblet Week. Be sure to enter the $20 raffle so you can win the prizes in the entryway. There's 2 goblets, a custom wine bottle signed by all the artists from this week, which is a wonderful keepsake because these are like the best of the best artists, and a wine bottle. So, as we prepare for our next goblet, I'll give you guys a little bit of background as to why goblet making is so important. It's basically the pinnacle of glass itself, and being able to master this and create such a beautiful, evenly stacked piece is really what makes this very hard. So, what you're looking at is masters be able to create with design and different elements of, I guess you could say, small specks that makes it so just really captivating to the for the eye to look at. And so goblet making across all cultures is a very popular thing, and so being able to watch these goblets have so many different little added features and then be stacked up in the way that they have been, it really speaks to the level that these women work at and the level that they're at in their career. They're masters of the glass at this point. The glass always will try to test you by doing the opposite of what you're doing, so it's a constant fight. And so being able to see how they work with the materials, it once again speaks to their ability to harness the material and to produce something so beautiful. And so that is why goblet making has become a really celebrated moment here at the museum this week, is because we want to highlight how the masters do it, because it's not easy to finesse something of this magnitude, piece it together, and then have it to be shown for. Sarah will bring over a black color overlay that we're going to roller wrap on the way around this piece. So the faster Nancy spins, it retracts, and that's how we get the lines. And then we can alter the lines from being horizontally placed properly and just add more design to the cup. Nancy's working on the cup. Catherine's working on the stem. We're going to bring them together in a moment. That large tool that she goes in and shapes with her hand are two inverted blades. And so it's like two knives, and we'll carve in to just be able to add design. We also carve in intentionally because it also allows us to remove ourselves from the pipe. So the jack line that's placed in closer to the end of the pipe in that orange area, it's an indicator for where we're going to break ourselves off at later. We'll put a little bit of water on that glass to create some shock and then knock off the additional piece. We're gonna get this hot enough to spin it out and open it up. What's phenomenal about Kathrine and Nancy is that they're some of the first females that have made it to this level in the career, so they're really trailblazers for other female glass artists to come up behind them and collaborate. Goblet making is nothing easy to do, so it really speaks to their ability to work together and master their craft and be females while doing it. Well, Nancy will dip into the furnace to gather up a little bit of glass, and then she's going to roll it into the kind of like that grit, some brick grit. And what that does is that makes for a dirty punny, which will make it easier break off. We want easy break offs during the process. So then that, because the goblets are so fragile, and so we don't want a punny to stick too well intentionally. So we get it dirty. Like I said earlier, puntil is the proper Italian term, and it means to bridge the process, so the beginning and the end. So we're creating a transfer rod. It's a punty rod to be able to work on the opposite side of the piece. The glass constantly wants to move due to gravity and the heat, so it doesn't want to stay aligned on that axis. And so that's probably one of the hardest parts, is that it has to keep rotating, it has to stay hot, and it has to stay properly aligned on the axis of the pipe. onto the paddle. Let's give them a round of applause. So, as we know, Nancy is Catherine's special guest, but her work is just amazingly phenomenal. And if you haven't got to see it yet, she will have a show here. I believe this year it should be exhibiting. Can we please see some of Nancy's past work? I mean, yeah, Nancy's past works also. All of the goblets have different parts that have to be assembled, and so we're working on, I believe, a cup portion in the middle here. Gabe is working on the bottom. We're gonna attach it all. I'm not exactly sure what Nancy's working on. I think she's working on a top right now, but I'll ask her. She's manually going in with that tool to try to break up some of the black roller wrap, color wrap that was placed on. We want it to break up so then that way when we heat it and blow it out, it'll have differentiation between high and low points visually. So what we just did there was we took our cells from the initial blowpipe. When we blow air into a pipe, it'll create that carved out space, but then you have to be able to open that space to access the carved out space, and so the access point is there. It's little. She's gonna open it up and clean up the top. So we always work the bottom before we clean up the top. Everything we do in glass, you have to have some foresight too, because you have to work bottoms up and then right side up. Out of this dashing start, we're gonna make a foot and a cup. So we're just going to make 2 little cups, blow them out. The foot will be placed in the garage. It'll rest there for a moment to be held to be reworked. So we're basically creating a tube and then cutting it in half. So when we knock off the top of the cup, we're going to place it into this oven. This is a garage where items are held to be reworked into the process. It's high enough in temperature to stop it from melting, but also to prevent it from cracking. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making goblets. Kathrine Gray and special guest Nancy Callan is with us today. We are slowly assembling the goblets. We've made some pieces and then we're going to piece them together in a moment. So as we dip into that furnace, she'll then blow into the end of the hollow pipe. The glass that we gathered from the furnace comes from a crucible that's about 2100 degrees of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Blowing into that pipe will then create a bubble at the end of the pipe similar to the shape of a balloon. And then from there, we'll go and we'll reheat the glass, or we can pretty much do anything we need for shaping. Um, so what she's going to do is she created a crown so she can pick up a cup. The cup will have pattern, and this is how we pick up cups that contain pattern at the end of a pipe to be able to blow them out. And that will be the cup portion of the goblet. Can we please see the goblet illustration? So there's different parts that we have to make and then connect. Once we connect the different parts, it will all form into a goblet. No, so you can interpret the goblet at your own design ability. What considers it to be a goblet is the parts, yes, but then also how thin it is. It has to be thin, it has to be stacked. There's all different types of specs. Some of the goblets have little creatures. Like this morning, there was a dragon with wings, and so you can put anything between the foot and the cup. That is just the standard illustration of a goblet and how it has to be pieced together. So we've picked up the cup of cane, a small cup, and if you look at the big screen, you can see the cane there. The lines start out just about straight, and then depending on how she would like, she can alter how the lines flow. So as she rotates, she carves in a line of tension. That line indicates the transfer point of where we're going to remove ourselves from the end of the pipe and the beginning of the cup of the piece. As you can see, that happens really fast, but she blows into the end of that pipe to enlarge the body of the cup. We have to work constantly in and out reheating this piece because it's so fragile and thin, and we're blowing it out. We're really stressing the glass out in a way that we have to work in and out of the reheating chamber to make sure that we don't stress it out to its maximum capacity. Those jacks are designed they're such a multi-purpose tool. You can shape, you can carve, and all of the tools that are made for glass,
used in glass blowing are specifically made for glass blowing. We'll knock off this cup, and then we're going to place the cup into the garage, and then we'll rework it into the process in just a moment. We have to place things in the garage for them to be held at a steady temperature, for them to then be reincorporated into the process when we start to stack the goblet up. For those of you who are just joining us, we have Kathrine Gray and Nancy Callan in the hot shop. Can we? As we dip into that furnace, the glass is molten, very, very molten, like lava. We blow into the pipe, which will create that bubble, and then we can make anything, any shape or form. Catherine's going into that box to pick up silver or gold leaf for design aspect, just features of her design. That one's silver. Now that we've finished the bowl portion there, Sarah's going to create a punty rod, a transfer rod, to take off the cut portion and then put it into the garage to be reincorporated into a final goblet. So a really good question I have is what are these pieces here on the podium? A Veronese vase and the Ampolina. The Ampolina, this is just they're both historical, I mean traditional Italian designs that we've reincorporated, I mean we've reimagined to the best of our ability. The Ampolina was once used for holy water, and so they would use this to bless people with. And then why we made these is just because they're traditional. They go along with the theme. And then, as you know, the custom wine bottle has all of the artists from this week. They've signed it, and the hot shop created it, the bottle. And then the wine bottle and the two goblets. These four items are actually up for raffle, and you can purchase a raffle ticket at the visitor service. Anybody can enter the raffle, but now the Goblet Weekend event is closed because it's at capacity. Yeah. Uh-oh. So yeah, it'll be $20 for a raffle ticket to be able to win this set, which is really awesome. And the set is in the beginning, I mean, in the entryway of the hot shop in the vitrine. That's the final pieces you can win. As you walk in, you'll see them. So we're adding the foot. She's gonna put a little bit of water on that jack line, remove Gabe, and then go back into the reheating chamber, get the hollow foot, get the blown foot hot, and then she's gonna open it up. This will create a lighter attachment of a stem in opposition to a solid foot, which is a little bit heavier. So color is often added to glass. Oh, into the oven, we have to place the pieces because we do not want them to interfere with thermal shock in the natural environment. Glass has layers, and so as the inner layers and the outer layers cool, when they combine, it's caught at a certain temperature and then brought all the way back down to room temperature. Can we please see some of Nancy and Catherine's past works? We'll place the cup on. This will complete the series of goblets designed by Kathrine Gray and Nancy Callan today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Hope you guys had a great time. Let's give her a round of applause. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. See you guys soon.